Good morning, chat. Hope y'all are doing fantastic today. Plan. No matter how long it takes, well, within reason. Like if something blows up and this ends up being like a 7-8 hour stream, this won't happen. But plans to finish up Mushroom Enemy, like piece everything together, get it fully operational. Obviously we still haven't done stat balancing, but the plan eventually is to outsource that work because I don't know how to do that stuff. And I'm sure there's someone out there that does freelance that's probably way smarter than me on that. So today, getting behavior all ironed out. Well, actually behavior's kind of done. Getting the attack sewn into it, creating the big explosion should be very, very quick. And getting the new bit of logic into the particle shader as well. All that pieced together, done with these two features and how they work together. Two, or three features now. But first, let's do some startup. Where am I? There we are. Maybe you're just getting up and you're not fully brain activated yet. Maybe, depending on where you live, you've already had a stressful day and you need some time to just unwind and recenter. That's what this is for. So, last night, I took care of quests. They were all very boring. They were walk to place and usually just talk to a person or deliver an item. And in some rare cases, fight an enemy that we've already fought like 20 of. So, there was, especially with the event going on, there was way more than enough quest experience to get to level 20. I know I just barely hit level 20, but I've still got spare quests. Also, I found out that, and I wish I had realized this last time around, in Seitung Harbor, there's armor crafters that for very, very cheaply. Actually, I'm just going to go there and show you guys. Like, just over here, and I don't know why I didn't take advantage of this last time. I think I was trying to save resources and was just really dumb. Here. For a full set, you need, what is it? 1, 2, 7... 48 bolts of cloth. That's it. Oh, you haven't had good luck with bolts of cloth drops? Okay. What about the same quantity for leather? And honestly, not much money. Like, and each piece 45 armor, and the headpiece, +1 in a stat. Add on to that the fact that there is a rune trader. There they are, over there. Not to mention also a material trader, so if you just have money, you probably have enough to buy all the materials you need very, very, very quickly. Since I think bolts of cloth are something like 100 gold for 10, so 500 gold plus 1,000. Yeah, so 1,500 gold, which I'm sitting pretty at 4.4 thousand. Yeah, no, easy. Then rune trader, and most runes are pretty cheap. So I was able to immediately kit out this character with some amazing gear. Now, obviously this stuff will eventually need to be replaced, but my goal right now is just get to Nightfall. As long as I get to Nightfall, this character's done, so I'm very happy with it. And in the future, I think I might just do this. Like, if I were ever in the situation on a brand new account or doing a Iron Man playthrough, or for whatever reason I didn't have access to my materials from my account, I'd still craft this stuff. And it's worth noting, none of this money came from storage or other characters. So I was in shock, I was amazed, and it's wonderful. So we can immediately start Zendai June. Immediately. And, like, check out all those stats. Man. Awesome. Only thing we're missing out on now is 15 attribute points, because we can't get them until after this mission. Hello, Togo. Let's go. A little weird that that group decided to just stay away, or these two decided to just stay away. Also, this time around, I know that I actually need to click this thing. And we get an extra character that basically doesn't do anything. Yeah, we'll just let them have fun over there. Hello, horrible creatures. And we hide. Blue bait. There. Not even sure where he comes from. I guess he must have been the elementals that was way back here. Dude, we are so set for this. Uh-oh. You know what, let's just try it. See what happens. Bro, this is awesome. Grab the augmented flesh. That's it. Okay, now we chill until we're healed back up. Bit too dangerous to go further. Whoa, why am I poisoned again? Alright. Okay, so we're fine. Good, that group is walking away. Uh-oh. Nope, Togo, get over here. Like to get that lunar token and augmented flesh, but we can just wait. Oh, it was Togo who put up the spirits that messed things up. Ooh. I was like, I'm pretty sure I put those out of range. I did. Uh-oh. Man, we are absolutely over-prepared for these enemies. Like, armor is just such a big deal. And I know I said that was the case before, but, like, holy cow. Speaking of cows... How do I want to play this? Because this is not a great spot. Well, I'm out of options. Alright. Yeah, the low ground is to make this annoying. Just hold off. Wait for Boon of Creation. And we'll just try to set up quickly. Ooh. Oh, no. Free. 2 elementals and a necromancer roaming. Not what you want to see. I could probably take them all at once, but why risk it if I don't have to? This should be fun. Done and done. Oh, stay away. Son of a gun. Go. Oh, making me sweat there a little bit, Togo. Also, I already turned in 100 of these for the Celestial Miniature token, and I almost have 100 more. There's a bunch in storage. Apparently, these are just very easy to come by if you're just playing the game. Oh, what? What is happening? Back, back, go, 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 go. Get poisoned if I go this way, but 2 less enemies to fight, 2 less groups to fight. That's fine. Hey there, Kurt. The trap? That's not game dev? Dude, the first 20 minutes of stream. Of course we're doing a game. Okay, what are we doing? Absolutely sure I'm ready to engage when these fights happen. Like, I want to make sure to fight this group around here. Otherwise, I risk drawing in this group. That's... Woo! 3 Elementalists and a Necro. Alright. Assume they're coming back. Or not. Oh, yep. Just wait. Wait. Oh, and I didn't answer your question. How's it going? Going great. Today, assuming nothing crazy happens, we will be finishing up all the features of the past 3 weeks and stitching them together. I think we're set to just attack these guys. A little scary, but as long as I go quick, it should be fine. Route spirits. Togo, I need you to come closer, please. Oh god. Oh, thank you. Ooh, bro is trying to terrify me. Okay, so I'm in a situation here. Last time, I somehow bugged Togo so that he would just chill over here. I don't have that luxury this time. I mean, hold on. Just in case things go very sideways, let's clear out these groups. I am just very, very concerned. And in theory, I can get a new Zunra over here. But Best case scenario would be that Togo gets glitched again. There we go. We're good. Can I get Togo stuck on terrain or something? Probably not. The way it worked last time is I was in a fight and then ran away, pulling Togo away. I'm probably going to have to do that same thing again. Let's see if we can pull Togo. Yes! Good, good, good. Oh no. Keep pulling back. With the monk up front, there was no way we were taking one out on that run. Alright. And they are still moving around more than I want. Time to pull him back. Pull back. Pull back. Togo. Togo, please. Oh, son of a... Ah! Time to work. That took longer than expected, but... Dang it, Togo. I'm gonna have to figure out how I did that last time. Like, it's already not a glitchless run because we've got to use that weird glitch to prevent the mission from, like, prevent the mission AI from starting in the one mission in Nightfall. So... Ah! Godot, please. Critically. Fine. It's gonna take its time. Might as well kill a couple groups here. Hello, Togo. Actually, let's take out these. Yes, Togo, I see the purplish stuff. Alright. Oh my god, Godot. Actually, I need to be right back, guys. It'll just take a couple minutes. But be right back, and this will be loaded by that time. Hello, chat. Sorry about that. So, first things first, let's implement this in the real particle shader we care about. Not this monstrosity. And this functionality does need to be expanded a little bit. Really wish I could put hint ranges on vector 2Ds or vector 2s. range there. Comes a vec 2. Means we can't use hints. And basically what this is going to do is disable the logic that randomizes these values. Like, if this is false, disable these things. That way I can use these values, or at least the x of these vectors, to control the midpoint and see what that looks like for configuring this for each of the instances. Am I not using that value in here? I must not be using that. Huh. Alright. First, where is this monstrosity going? You know, for something that's supposed to be a simplified shader from what I had before, from the, like, one I got online. Oh boy! Whoops. What else do I need? I think that's it. Shift and Q amplitude. If we're using a range, then we're using this pattern. What was I doing putting that in double? Actually, I do need to answer. What the heck was W doing? Nothing. Got it. Okay. Okie dokie. We'll just use user data 2 to store the color. Seed. Oh my god. My brain just now. I think my brain has been trying to find a joke to use the name Hugh. And so, of course, that means that my hands just decided, we're typing it now. Oh my god. Ah! You know what? With how often I use that, like this pattern shows up in a bajillion places. Yeah, let's move this into its own thingamabob. The smart thing to do. Shaders, library. Resource, I think. What is it called? Oh, shadering proof. That's it. Common util. This is where we're going to put simple functions. Like that's GD script. It takes in yeah, it is going to have to take in the random number. This is just that one. Ooh, wait. Yeah. What do I call this? Not a placeholder. It's if you've provided numbers in an incorrect order, let's fix it for you. Okay, just shuffle those around. I assume there's no just function to directly swap those, right? I guess one question is it more efficient to swap these around like this, or it's going to be more efficient to have two versions of this? Yep. And we'll call it random F, just to make it clear that is a float name as well. Yeah, that's fine. All right. Now I just need to remember how to include it. That's how. One thing, hold on. One thing to add here, test that shader includes work in exported project. Don't need to work on that right now, but, and this is a note for anyone working with any sort of development. Anytime you have a path that shows up, make sure you test that it still works in your final project. Or in the final exported application. Because it is very, very common for paths to change afterward. And in a lot of setups, a lot of tech stacks, there's a specific way to have a path that works both in the source project and in the exported application. That is not always just provide the path. Now, because of how Godot works and its target audience for developers, I suspect this will just work. But it's still prudent to test it. Okay. Sure. And in range. Actually, I should just put ran from seed in there as well. And probably hash. Yeah, go ahead. Which actually means I can... Hold up. Double check one thing. Can I build this such that all of this gets combined a nice way? Probably. Yeah, let's make this a little nicer. I just use a variant for this. Yeah, varying is probably bad form for this. Let's create a function. This is a float, right? Oh, it's and number is uint. Random seed is probably uint as well. Okay. So first, Ooh, wait. I don't need that anymore, do I? Hold up. Yep, because this I can calculate here. No matching function found. I disagree. Huh? I'm confused. Can I not reference functions from within its own library? That seems very weird. So shader include use function in use function. Davis shader to be reused by shader. No matching function. Also, did we die? We did not die. Let's see. Oh, that's right. I forgot. We're dealing with old school stuff. So, like, this is old school programming. So the declaration has to be literally before it in the file for it to work. Got? Whoa, what was that? Got it. Woo. Voice took a trip there. Alright. Brand and all of that seems... That now just takes in an RC. Can I just call this rand f? Because I'm really just, this is functioning like a normal float rand function. Just random number between 0 and 1. Then HA range amplitude speed God, that code looks so much nicer now. Hills HS offset X HA amplitude. Got it. Now the color, probably should just put in a varying, huh? Oh, varyings don't go in particles. Interesting. That seems like something you would want, but what do I know? And this thing should no longer have a color input. Yeah. Because if this is working correctly, then C should always be 1111. Always. Okay. Well, that is not true. Calculated modulate color to mimic hue shit. That's what that is. I should return that. Ha ha ha. Now let's clean this up a bit. Hold on, I did a bad thing over here. Uninitialized stuff is generally bad. Like, I know this gets initialized here, but just in case. Not pretty, but I do want to... That's fine. I do want to reduce the amount of white space, or... White space? Yeah, that's the term. I'm normally not one to decrease white space. Like, I'm generally a proponent of use as much white space as you think makes the code more readable. But I'm not convinced this sufficiently improves readability. Or do I just do this? Yeah, let's do it that way. I always forget about this feature in certain parts of editors. Okay, that's great. Do that. Makes way more sense. So now if I want to look at inner workings of those functions, band them. It's just a feature that I ignore so much, and I need to not, because it helps in navigating code to a large degree. Alright, so I need to store this stuff. Oh, right. Here's the other one I forgot to initialize. User data 2 XYZ. Let's rename that. I keep doing that. Brain, stop it. Now is not the time for bad puns. What do we provide there? Don't need that color. Ooh, right. Ooh. Okay, we're gonna build that part of the calculation in. Oh my god, brain. How? A good way to calculate. I need to like invert it, multiply, and then re-invert it? Or is there a way I can... Is there a way I can apply the amplitude in here? I'm pretty sure I'm sending back the wrong thing anyway. See, at 0, I want, I think it was red. So red is... I guess it doesn't really matter which way I do this. I think I just do 1 minus this times the amplitude. Pretty sure that's all I have to do. Yeah, let's make this better. This becomes a vector 4. Okay, so we start at black. Wait. No. Here's how I want to do this. Better. Result is... So subtract off. For dot RGB. Times Q. Yep. That is prettier. Next. Oh, this is a random range. Oh, got it. Got it. Gorgeous. Okay. What now? Need to actually apply the hue. Two. And since it's not, so I don't need to put this here. But I'm doing it just so it's really obvious when reading this that this is a color that we're getting. Since user data X doesn't, or user data 2 doesn't mean anything. Hey there, Cupixed. How's my game coming along? Well, I've reinvented hue shifting, or sort of mocking up hue shifting. I've created a telegraph system. I have a new enemy with some custom behavior, and today I'm stitching it all together. What was I doing here? This doesn't seem right. Want to see it running. I don't know how functional it is at this exact moment. So if it just works, sure. Actually, I gotta get it working today anyway, so let's just see where we are on it working. Yeah, no, I was trying to find a reliable way to do hue shifting for particle shaders, and it turns out that's just not a thing. Like, the color built-in doesn't work the way it does for regular canvas item shaders. But here's my little guy. Boop. I need to fix that last bit, but well, thank you, thank you. And I am so shocked that that was able to start. Just gonna throw that out there. It was meant to be, apparently. Okay, where was I? Okay, got color being set. If we're at the tail end of it, go ahead and make it invisible, because there's something weird in particle emitters where if it's a one shot, then at the final moment, like, the particle doesn't go away when the lifetime ends, which is weird and dumb, and I don't understand it, but this fixes it. So if you're having an issue, and let me just show you what that does real quick. I think it'll show up here. You see how my dust cloud is like lingering? And it should not be doing that. It worked whenever my coworker wants to show me a problem. The second I'm standing at his desk, it magically works. Dude, I have had the same experience so many times. But of course, the reverse is always, it feels like it's always the opposite. Whenever I want to show a coworker something, my system decides, here's a random error that's never happened before. And I'm pretty sure this is just like a version of confirmation bias. Like, it's gotta be, right? There's no way the universe actually works such that everyone has the same experience. Like, statistically, that, or like, the math doesn't add up for that, right? So almost certainly the real answer is that we all experience the same amount of errors when trying to show our work to someone. But for us individually, we only remember the times, like, we really, really remember the times where our code messes up. And we don't really remember the times when it just worked. Which kind of makes sense, right? Because if it just worked, well, the experience for you seeing it work is not that big a deal. Because you've seen it work 100 times before when you're testing your own code. But when you're really proud of what you've worked on and you're finally showing it off, well, if it fails, then you're like, oh no, this is now a core memory. This is now sticking with me for the rest of my life. No! You know what I mean. You know exactly what I mean. Oh, man. And the majority of my career has been in test automation. And there is so much out of your control when it comes to test automation. It's so troublesome. Because not only do you have to worry about your code working when you want to show something off, you also have to worry about the application you're testing working as expected when you're trying to show something off. And I've had a few applications I've tested in the past where the application itself just behaves inconsistently. Which, as I've become more experienced, I now know, oh, yeah, no, we just should not have been trying to automate the testing around that because the app was bad. Hey, developers, go fix your app. But at the time, I was much more junior, and I was told, just make it work. Like, oh, yes, sir. Righto, sir. But no, I should have stood my ground in those instances and said, no, this is garbage. Go fix your stuff. You recently experimented with Godot unit test? I just recently learned that Godot unit test exists. Also, there's GD unit as a alternative to Godot unit test, or Godot unit testing, sorry. So far, only done low-level tests. I found the add-on really interesting. Yeah, the fact that that doesn't exist natively within Godot is quite the indictment of the Godot devs. Since unit testing is kind of a basic thing you need to do. And as far as I know, almost all modern editors have a version of unit testing built in. Like, I'm pretty sure Visual Studio Code built in unit tests. Pretty sure Visual Studio Code has it built in. Okay, so it has a built-in interface, but doesn't actually have the library itself. But still, like, Godot should have something to indicate, hey, unit tests are a thing, right? And then I'm Writer IDE. Built-in unit testing. I think it has the same thing as Visual Studio. Oh no, Writer IDE just has straight up built-in unit testing support for in-unit, X-unit. I am assuming also JUnit and a few others. Point being, part of being a professional IDE and toolset is having facilities for unit testing. For VS Code, it makes sense it only has an interface and not an actual framework, since VS Code supports too many yeah, that's true. And like Visual Studio, all of the versions of Visual Studio are built around this idea of modularity. But it makes sure to have all of the things, all of the IDE tools you need to plug those functions in. And a lot of those plugins are provided by Microsoft. So while yes, you're having to download something extra, it's still Microsoft providing them in a lot of cases. Like almost all of the plugins that you need for a given project are probably created by Microsoft, who is also the author of Visual Studio. In the case of Godot, you've got the IDE and the language, and then the stuff for unit testing is just made by somebody else. I'm assuming Gut and GD Unit are not made by the Godot devs. Who makes Godot unit testing? Felt add-on, right? But I don't know if I trust AI's answer on this. So who is Gutwis? Like, if he's a core contributor to the Godot engine as well, then this makes more sense. Like, this is more professional. Contributions. Okay, so he's at least doing proposals. Okay, so at least, like, obviously someone who's making this tool is going to be involved in the engine. Like, they have to at least be very knowledgeable about the engine, right? But this doesn't strike me as someone who's heavily involved with Godot engine. And it looks like most of their stuff is opening issues with Godot engine rather than being a contributor. I'm not seeing contributions so far. Yeah. Okay, so they're involved in reporting issues, but not necessarily making code changes. Which, this is probably my kind of developer. Like, this person looked at the Godot situation and said, okay, I'm not jumping into that engine because that is a hot mess. Probably for a lot of the same reasons why I have problems with some of the development practices for the engine. Now, obviously, I've chosen Godot as my game engine because I think it's the best option. That doesn't mean there aren't problems with it, it just means I think it's the best option, especially for my game. But I'm not going to go try to contribute to the engine. That's not happening. Like, they have their development practices that I don't agree with, and it seems like this guy might have a similar mindset, and he said, okay, well, I'm not going to try and get unit testing implemented through them. Or maybe he opened an issue and they just said, no, we're not doing it. One or the other, right? And he just said, okay, I'll make my own. Which is exactly what I did. Like, I have my own version of Godot that has my changes to it to make it easier to use. And I'm curious also who a GD unit. Mike Scholes. I think I know that name. Do I know that name? It sounds familiar. Okay, they don't own any. Okay, curated list of add-ons. Are they actively involved? There's probably a really easy way to query what I'm looking for, and I just don't know how to do it. Well, at least in the past, how long? So at least in the past year, this person has not done anything within the Godot engine repo, either reporting issues or whatnot, so I think it's safe to say... actually, hold on. Is this telling me just the contributions within their own repos? No, because the other one showed me reported issues in a different repo. Okay, never mind. Yeah, so, long story short, I'm not the only one who's decided, you know what, let's just not delve into working with the Godot devs directly. Let's just make our own thing that adds on to their stuff. And I totally get that. What are we doing? Right. I need to actually set this up now. Like, configure it for this guy. First, turn off that. We don't want a one-shot. And in the end, that's the spirit that grows an open source project. At least in theory, I don't agree. So, the general idea of open source is you want people directly contributing to a project, because then you disseminate that knowledge to the other people working on that project. So in theory, you would want the unit testing stuff maintained within the ecosystem of Godot engine. It might not be part of the core engine. So I'm explaining what the theory would be first. The idea being you want that in the same ecosystem where all of the people working on the engine also have their eyes on this unit testing stuff. Because you're going to have more people, more ideas, different levels of expertise pointing out different types of problems, different types of improvement. That's the idea. However, what happens in a lot of open source projects is that just ends up causing a lot of arguing between people who have different levels of experience, and a lot of people will argue beyond their level of expertise. And so it ends up being easier to just say, no, I'll have my own separate open source project that that works in tandem with this other thing. so that I don't have to deal with those people over there. What do you mean those people? I mean, in this case, we're talking the Godot devs, but this applies to any open source project, where especially if as an open source project gets larger, just by the nature of having a larger community, you're going to have more and more conflict that isn't productive. It's, while in theory it's great to have a truly open source project, in practice there's just so much. One, there's a lot of politics that comes about, because anytime you have a large group of people, there's political things that happen. And for anyone thinking I'm talking about like government political stuff, no. I'm just saying like workplace politics is what I'm talking about, where you end up with friends and factions, and that bleeds into the work you're doing. This is not... Oh, I have to turn the amplitude up. That's right. I should put a ceiling on that. Yeah, I should clamp all of these values, shouldn't I? Can clamp work on a vector? I don't know. But couldn't you also argue that since it's made as a plugin specifically for Godot, and not a generic unit testing plugin that can be applied to other engines? Well, as far as I know, it would not be possible to create a generic plugin that can be applied to different engines. Like, that's just not a thing as far as I know. While not directly built into the Godot engine or Godot open source project, it's directly linked to the ecosystem of Godot and its plugin architecture. So couldn't one consider it part of the project, as in the project environment, not so much the core project repo? I would say it is certainly part of the global Godot environment, the global Godot community, certainly. The same way the Godot Rust project is part of that community. But the Godot engine repo and its contributors have little to no interaction with Godot Rust. At least to my understanding. Obviously, like, and even if that's not the case for Rust, the point still stands that there is not direct interaction between these groups. So I would not consider them part of the same development ecosystem. I would consider them, I mean, they're just different products, right? Like when someone makes an open source plugin for use with Visual Studio, they're not working with Microsoft, and Microsoft is not working with them. And that same thing is happening with these plugins. Or GD extensions, I'm sure is what they're using. Does that track what I'm trying to say there? Ooh. Want to go a little bit toward red and a little bit toward yellow. That's going toward blue. I don't want that. Oh, that's not the range I want. And I need to remember there's 2 different red sections. So. Oh, that... Where's the section I want? Where are you at, boyo? Hold on. Let me see my illustration again. So I want a place that subtracts off red and green. Or sorry, blue and green. And I want a section that subtracts off blue and red. Do I have that? Not together, I don't. Okay. Okay. So I think this means I need to go with the other version. This guy. Okay. Let's take a break. Especially if Cupix decides to throw out more questions. I'm liking the discussion, and frankly, that's more interesting than picking colors. Actually, test. Nice. Wait, is that right? Oh, the colors look weird right now. Anyway. Discussion is better than picking colors. It's a statement. It is! It's quite the statement. Also, I'd like to finish this mission today. But, yeah, I think I'm mentally prepared for a long stream, so... What game is this? This is Guild Wars 1. Released back in, like, 2007, I think it was? Very, very good game. Oh. One more. Oh god. That's bad. I did not mean to fight 2 groups at once. But apparently it worked out. Oh, Togo's the one healing us. Yeah, I was like, how am I not dying faster? What's happening? You were barely born in 2007? Oh, I'm an old man. Let's see. Guild Wars original release. When did Prophecies release? 2005. So this was before you were born. And I first played this when I was in college. 4 years after it released. So, take that for what you will. I was gonna say, barely born, so you're like, you're a baby. I say baby, but like, you were born in 2005, you're 20 years old now. Oh my god. You know, there are some realizations I don't like making. You were a baby with 6 years old? Yes. When I use the word baby in this instance, it's the same way I would refer to like a 14-year-old as a baby. Keep in mind, I'm in my mid-30s. So like, anyone under the age of like 20 to me is just an itty-bitty baby. Oh, fine, I'll heal us. Back to discussion. Don't really got an argument against your takes on what is considered contributing to the project, but I want to know your take on this. You say they don't contribute to the Godot engine because they don't contribute directly to the repo, neither interact directly, or neither interact with the devs directly, in a sense that their repo is officially supported or endorsed. In many cases, I would think that the devs would probably do love to integrate the idea into the repo directly. Then can't because of time, resources, etc. But it's just the best contributing to and get in practice. I think you're just... I get what you're trying to say, that it enhances Godot, but that's true of any plugin for any piece of software. And so to call them Godot contributors or Godot devs, to me is just, it doesn't seem accurate. And like, are they people who exist within the wider Godot community? Sure. I'm in the Godot community. But I'm only in the Godot community insofar as I use Godot. Like, I've made extensions for Godot. I would not consider myself as a contributor to the Godot engine. I would not consider myself a Godot engine developer either. Like, I have my own distribution of Godot engine that has modifications. I have one extension that you guys can get access to if you support the channel. None of that makes me a Godot engine contributor, developer, any of that. Yeah, like, if we're talking just common parlance, this is the distinction between saying, I am a Godot dev versus I am one of the Godot devs. That would be the common parlance distinction. Separation between Godot dev, direct contributor to the core, Godot dev contributing to the entire ecosystem by providing add-ons, plugins, even on a level that should be in the core repo. Yeah, I mean, the definition should be in the core repo is a bit loosey-goosey. Like, who defines what should be in the repo? Well, that would be the core Godot team. And so things like GUT, well, those are people that clearly disagree on what should be in the core engine, I would argue. Okay, let's just charge at them. Should have enough health to tank this. Beautiful. Oop, nope. We're gonna chill. Then again, we've also seen examples of plugins, add-ons getting picked up by the Godot engine devs. Only small ones most often, but some community projects that were separate made into the core eventually. Oh, sure. My question would be, so then I would agree at that point, assuming that the developers of the plugin are involved in the integration within the Godot engine, then yeah, they become part of the Godot devs. But like, even if Godot, like the Godot devs were to pick up the stuff I've made and say this is going to now be integrated, I would still never play a part in that. Like, there's just too much of a divide between our development philosophies that I would say, okay, y'all have fun. I'll be over here doing my thing. Only small ones most often. That's some. with a notable big one being the physics add-on. I don't remember the name, but it's now being worked on as the main physics server. Cool. Why are you coming over here? All right. Dunzo. This time around, I'm gonna see if I can forcibly glitch Togo. Oh, uh-oh. Way closer than I want to be to these guys right now. But I don't want them to run away. Don't run away. Don't run away. Don't run away. Okay. I need to wait. We're good. Nope, that's not gonna work. That's not gonna work. Reset. This is just a bad setup. Yeah, I got too rushed. Godot Jolt. Hold on, I'm gonna need a second to catch up to read what you wrote. These guys are swinging back around very soon. Okay, I am not dead yet. Let's see. So just because their isolated repo isn't merged yet, once it gets picked up by the devs, the original idea contributed to the Godot engine, even when the core devs just ripped the idea. And the creators of the plugin still go their separate way. The fact that the idea made an impact helped the engine grow. Sure. if no plugins were made, so hold on. If no plugins were made, the core devs couldn't even consider to merge or pick up any of. I don't know what you're trying to argue in this case. So the bigger the market of add-ons, the bigger the chance more features will make it into core. Sure. But let's go back to what the original question was. Are the people who make these add-ons or extensions, are they part of the Godot devs? And I'm doing air quotes right now. Not saying that's the absolute view, but I think it's a nice way to view contribution. I don't know why you would consider them to be Godot engine contributors, though. Like, they're making their own tool. Like, is peanut butter a sandwich contributor? Like, if I have a peanut butter factory and I make the best peanut butter in the world, does that mean I am a sandwich contributor? I'd say no. All right, let's see if we can get Pogo bugged. What if I stick him like over here? Work. Well, then it's back to how one defines Godot dev, because Godot dev is such a loose word. A Godot dev could be a Godot engine dev, a Godot add-on dev. So that's why I said the common parlance distinction would be a Godot dev versus one of the Godot devs, right? When you say one of the Godot devs, you're indicating it's someone who works with the core engine. When you say a Godot dev, that could be someone making a game using Godot. Like, a Godot dev is the general term. One of the Godot devs is very specifically someone working within Engine Core and has some sort of say in how that development works. And why, Togo, I need you to not follow me. And I don't have flags because there's no henchman here, but I don't think he'd respect them even if I had them. Need him to stop following me. I have no idea how I did it last time. No idea. I am getting further away from them, just ever so slightly. So, theoretically, I could create enough distance between us. I think they're keeping up, though. If I were to create enough distance between us, that would be enough delay to go set up. And this isn't working. Like, I'd have to be not making any mistakes on route. My argument would still stand as to say that yes, they did contribute to the engine. Unwillingly? Oh, what? No, no, no. Oh, son of a... How was he damaging me? What the heck was that? Hold on. What? Okay, I need to look up what the heck that guy's abilities are. There goes the character? Exactly. What skill was he using and how the heck does that work? And I panicked at the end and I actually, like, my spell is what killed me. Okay. What? What? Target foe is struck for lightning damage. Spirits, ear shot. Okay, that did not hurt me. For 8 seconds, the next time target ally takes damage or life steal from foe, that ally steals health from that foe. Hold on. And the summoner receives the life. Oh my goodness. That's silly. Okay. So here's how we're getting back there, because I'm not doing this a million times until Pogo finally decides to glitch. Here's what we're gonna do. We will use henchmen to get back to the end. And then once we're there, we don't use them. Like last time around, I was able to just glitch Pogo so he wouldn't follow me. And it made the ending very easy. I mean, your logic would suggest that if I go rob a bank, then that bank is a contributor to my retirement. Like, I feel like contributor implies consent. You can say that that bank was a contributing factor to my retirement, but the bank itself I wouldn't say is a contributor. Like, contributor is something that has to have agency. A person or thing that contributes to something. Yes, so it is an action by that thing. You can't argue any comparison in such static way without context too. Right, the thing I'm pointing out, like the reason the bank is not a contributor is because it doesn't have agency in that example. And by that same token, the person creating the add-on that is picked up by the core team without involving the person who made the add-on, that person who made the add-on doesn't have agency, so I don't think it's accurate to define them as contributor. And you can't argue any comparison in such a static way. Well, this is how you break down definitions. Like, this is the only way to break down definitions. You have to test them using various scenarios. Like, to say that because there can be different contexts means that you can't use comparisons, then you can't, like, words can't have definitions. Oh, what are we doing here? What's happening? You guys wait here. I will pull. Oh God. Oh bother. Okay, come on. I'm very sad that my drop rates are going to be lower, though. Alright. Wait here while I pull in. Whoa. No, Panaku! What did they do to my boy? Dude, this miasma does so much damage over time. That's nutty. Isn't there a shrine around here? Oh, not in this instance, at least. Okay. For me, that would be a false analogy. You're comparing things from different domains, or the different domains, from the different domains where the relevant properties don't carry over. Well, yes, the agency does carry over for me. The fact that the add-on is created open source under the MIT license makes a difference in that the devs of GUP are accepting that their repo gets picked up by someone, including the Go devs. I have to think about that one. I hadn't thought about it from that angle. So... Huh. Hey, Sam. You've given me something to really think about there. Huh. Huh. Did I make a good argument? I gotta tell Mom. Mom! Huh. Does that... So if someone or something produces something that ends up contributing to something else, does that make the original creator of the original thing a contributor of that resulting whatever? So I make X and I just throw it out in the street, and then someone picks it up and makes Y with it. Am I a contributor to Y? That's an interesting question. Huh. I don't know what to do with that. Let's see. You would know how long I've pondered this already? Yeah. It sounds like. So, let me try and think in terms of... Let me try and think in terms of some physical product. So, let's say I'm a manufacturer of steel. Like, I buy whatever resources to make the steel, I make it, and then even without, let's not even talk about exchanging money. Let's just say I place the steel out as charity for anyone to take. Am I now a contributor to whatever anyone else makes? So from a legal perspective, like if this were in front of a judge, the answer would be yes. But I don't think we should use legal definitions to set about how we conceptualize the world. So I think it's just an interesting point there to note that from a legal perspective, if you provide something like that, yes. But that is almost exclusively from the perspective of liability. And what's interesting, and in the comparison that breaks down, is the MIT license specifically is designed to remove liability. Like, part of MIT license is, this software is provided as is. If anything goes wrong, you get nothing. Good day, sir. So that is one way where the legal analog doesn't apply. Oh, bother. Uh-oh. Oh, I didn't use my buff. One, go. Oh, bully. Ah! This is not going well. But we're alive. Now let's take a breather. Should be safe enough to walk through the woods. Then again, I would argue context is important. If I throw a bottle next to a trash bin and a street artist picks it up and adds it to their street art, am I a contributor? Let's say in this case, no. By argument of relevant and too small impact. But if the bottle was picked up by 10 other people before the street artist used it, am I still in the chain contributor? So based on how you've defined things up till now, I think you would have to say yes, that person is a contributor. Like, I think to be consistent with your existing definitions, that has to count as a contributor. And I think that is a perfect analogy for what we're talking about. Maybe not perfect, might be overstating it, but I think it's a very solid analogy. I know I should see it that way, but in scenario, I just can't see it that way. I know you're contradicting. And I am very, very big on internal consistency of definition. Because if your definition isn't internally consistent, I would argue then it's just not a valid definition. Holy cow. 4 elementalists? That's ugly. Alright. We're almost back to where we're supposed to be. Uh-oh. Silverwing's probably going down. Yeah, bye, Silverwing. I would argue it's consistent by context, that context being my subjective opinion and gut feeling. I think you have just defined inconsistency. You have just defined yourself as consistently inconsistent. Which means inconsistent. If a definition has to change with every different context that comes about, then it's not a definition. That's why I say it's weird, because on the example of a bottle, I would argue more toward you, while on open source code projects, I would argue the opposite. Again, let's put a finer point on one thing here. Let's say I am using an extension, okay? And I don't like the way the extension does, like it's an open source extension, and I don't like the way it's doing something. And I decide, now all of my code changes are not MIT, okay? They are absolutely licensed by just default license of US copyright law. I own it. Question. If I make a change to their extension and I show it on my channel and those devs see it and decide to add it to the extension, am I a contributor to that extension? Oh god, oh god. Well, there's the run. Why did Togo not help? Hold on. I've soloed this before on this character, so I'm okay with the henchman helping for this fight. But what is going on with these guys? Did they glitch? I've proven I can glitch them before, it's just like, I don't know the circumstances for it. Yeah, like I successfully got up to here on the one solo attempt, so that's fine. The time to change the category. You definitely miss an hour and a half of game dev. And we've been discussing about what it means to be a contributor to a project. You missed so much game dev. Okay, how are we gonna do this? Also, they are in an awful spot for me. This is not good. Okay, and run! Togo, get out of there! Togo! Togo! Dude, that monk. But definitions change all the time with context. A weapon in the context of the law is anything used to cause harm, but in everyday life, it's something designed to harm people. I actually don't agree with that as an everyday definition. Life in biology is self-replicating chemical systems capable of Darwinian evolution, while life in medicine... Well, hold on. Now, so there are two different words that... So you're now conflating use and mention. This is a... what's the word? Rhetorical. What's the word? What's the word? The word. It's when you say something is not rhetorical. My mind is just totally blank on this. Semantic. Right, so we're talking semantics at this point, and you're conflating use and mention. So when you mention a word, you are talking about the word itself, the name, whereas use is its underlying definition. So there are two different words when we're talking about using a word called life, right? So there is life in the context of what it means for life as a concept to exist versus human life in the case of the medicine. Whereas the concept of a contributor, there are not multiple definitions of the word contributor for this. Like, now obviously in the Oxford Dictionary, they also say contributor in the case of like a magazine, which I maybe agree that is a different definition, but we're not saying there's different definitions based on the domain. Because those are, while we use the same sounds we make with our mouth, they are different words. The same way, there, and there. Those are different words. We even spell them differently, but they're pronounced the same way. Okay, got one. Pull back. Okay, so it is possible to eliminate one enemy at a time from this. Good. Even without glitching Togo. It's gonna be a pain, but it's doable. So to argue I cannot change my definition by context doesn't work inherently. Oh, I'm not saying that you can't. I'm saying then it's a useless word. I know someone who was Godot dev and is now only contributor. Godot dev, he was paid for his work. Now he contributes his work because he's unpaid. If I ask you to define life, you tell me all people, biologists, and medical students. Same answer. Because by your logic, so I'm specifically saying that the characters L-I-F-E in sequence are different words within different domains. Whereas, unless you are positing that we need to have separate words contributor based on domain, like life within a specific discipline has a very narrow definition. Contributor, as I think most people use it, is an extremely general term. Like I don't know of any instance where life is a general term. Life always has a particular definition that's very narrow. On purpose, right? Whereas contributor as a word is designed to apply in any context. A contributor by the dictionary applied to all domains with one. That's what my inconsistencies argues at. That in different domains, I would your English gets worse by the minute. I understand. Different domain, I would have the meaning of contribution be different. So, and I actually don't necessarily agree that, so I want to rewind to your example of life, because I think there's a useful aspect of this for my side of this argument, which is medical professionals in no way disagree with the biologist's definition of life. They just have additional domain-specific criteria. So, the definition of life, trying your best to argue in English, dude, I respect it. Absolutely respect it. Hold on, let me take out this ritualist real quick. Well, I should say, let me hopefully take out this ritualist real quick. I don't know if that ritualist is going. Oh, it's trying. Dude, that is so much healing. That's garbage. That's insane. Huh. If I'd stayed in for one more Spirit Boon Strike, it might have worked. Anyway. So the definition that medical professionals use, the one, or I should say, the definition you're suggesting they use, is a functional definition that is derived from the biological definition, because a person who is brain dead does not meet the criteria that biologists set for life. And so I would suggest that to have a reasonable domain-specific definition, it's necessarily the case. It's necessarily the case that your definition needs to, at the very least, be a subset of. Why are you running? Sir, come back! Why are you running away? Ah! And the definitions, like the domain-specific definitions that you're positing, their intersection becomes 0. And so, while I think there's maybe something to be said for creating new versions of words, meaning new separate definitions, do you really want to have to redefine these words every time you try to have a conversation with a new person? Like, sure, can you do what you're describing? Absolutely. Is it a useful thing to do? I would say no. Because I don't think you're gaining anything by doing it. Oh god. Run away! Run away! We've got them angry now, so I don't... Can I get close enough to set up without alerting? Also, what do I do about this Kana? Hold up. Boop. Want to have as much energy as possible when this starts. Not working. Not working. We're not making progress. Yeah, I have to get rid of that ritualist, or Togo's at too much risk. What all are we dealing with then? Necromancer, ritualist, ranger. But we've only got 3 things to deal with. I just need... I probably need the necromancer to be close when they reset. Wait, are they not resetting? Huh. Why are you running away? Immediately runs away. Or I run away. Yeah, I agree. Oh. What? Right. Oh. Well, that's a reset. That one I can't use. Son of a gun! Back to work. Hey, Kurt. If you're still hearing this, we're doing game dev again. And Zen Daijun is just the worst. Okay. So I'm not super happy with the way this is working. I don't want to redefine a word each conversation and each context, and I don't want to explain myself each time, but the times I can talk to someone loosely versus the times I need those hardline definitions to argue are so little that it does not matter in the greater context of life. You are creating your own particle shaders. Well, these particle shaders have been around for over a week now. But specifically what I'm working on right now is getting these colors how I want them to look. And I want to have a range of colors that shift this toward yellow and then toward red. Not sure how to do that. Like, I want to have a range between yellow and red where this color will shift. And the way like the continuum of color changes that I've put into what I'm calling hue shift is this. This is what the number translates to. So, and my starting point is right here. Go to the right and loop from the left. Especially since humans tend to be loose and use their own definitions without knowing they do. Just in human nature, so no humans learns all the definitions they ever need, all the words they ever use. Just in our language that we all define many words slightly differently, and most don't follow the dictionary rule. I would actually suggest the opposite. That for the vast majority of words, humans have the same definition. But like the vast majority. And I mean, there are people who try to muddy that and cloud definitions. Absolutely agree that exists. But I would say vast majority of people, for the vast majority of words, do have consistent definitions within a language. And part of that is just there's so many basic words we use. Like, the vast majority of people will probably argue, would agree on things like the definition of the word mother. Right? Or lawyer. Or, like, a large number of nouns. I would say easily the majority. Most words in the subdomain of words that rely on their we got all the words like hi, look, this, that. I think you need more words in there. Take that joke for what it's worth. I did not follow what you were trying to convey there. No, what I mean is, like, everything before your examples, I don't know what you're saying. Like, ignore the fact that you listed examples. The rest of that blurb, I don't know what that's communicating to me. It's fine, I give up. I understand. I'm not sure we're actually getting anywhere to common ground on this one. I have found it interesting. And you have a very unique viewpoint to me that I find fascinating. I'm a big stickler in general for making sure that the people I interact with and I use the same definitions for words, because that eliminates confusion. I've had this come up a lot in workplaces where someone has a different definition than me, and whether I need to change my definition, like my internal definition, or they need to change theirs, one of those needs to happen so that we can effectively communicate. And most people are either bad or incapable of changing their definition based on who they're talking to. That's what I've found. You sir are a hard person to argue with. I think I never once managed to convey you on anything I ever said. You definitely gave me an interesting example with is someone a contributor if they put something out into the ether knowing that someone may pick it up. That's an interesting question, and I'm still not sure where I lie on that. I think my answer is no, but then again, in the case of the bottle, like you said, you say no. You immediately continue to blow your wind by continuing the conversation. You and me both, brother. You and me both. Okay, I think I need to change my... I think I need to change my data set here to, like, I'm using this one. I think I need to use this guy. I think this is the one I need to use. So I have a number range here that I think works. Hold on, let me just try that, because I've thought about these number ranges a lot, and I get the feeling that these are functionally equivalent. So 10 is a yellow shift. We go into more green, then into blue. Now, where is red shift? I don't have a red shift. What do I need for a red shift? I need blue and... Hold on. What about here? You'll let Kurt enjoy the dev while you retire from arguing? I get it. I don't often have the opportunity to have this style conversation, so thank you. This has been an absolute treat. And I can promise you, I will be thinking about this for weeks to come. So, and a thing to keep in mind when you're arguing with someone like this, just because I don't apparently accept your definitions today, doesn't mean in the process of considering what you said, I won't reconsider my definitions and change to yours in the future. When you're discussing something with someone, it's very uncommon in the moment for the person you're discussing with to accept the things you've said as true. But it's incredibly common for them to start accepting it as true days, weeks, months after the fact, as they've had time to ruminate on the subject. All right. How do I get a combination of red shift and green shift? That's all the fun of arguing. Not about getting angry at each other, or about, but about sharing views. Oh, I'm saying, I agree with that, obviously, but separate from that, I'm saying, it's very unusual for you to, in the midst of a conversation like this, one person to say, I agree with you. The agreement typically comes later. So I need a range where I am subtracting green and blue. So I need something like this. And I need a neighboring region where I'm subtracting blue and red. So blue and green with blue and red. Do I have that anywhere? Funny thing is, the person arguing in most cases want the other person to accept their view immediately. Yeah, I think humans in general want catharsis because we are in a, what's the word? It's the word that defines the US legal system. It's a combative, no, what's the word? What type of legal system does us follow? Contest? No. I don't, what's the word that I'm looking for? Adversarial, there we go. So anytime you're having a discussion or an argument, and the people are in two different standpoints, from a literal perspective, we are in an adversarial setting. Now, that doesn't mean that we're opponents, let's say. Well, I guess technically we are. But that doesn't necessarily imply antagonistic. Hold on. What was that word again? Adversarial. Yeah. Adversarial does not necessarily mean antagonistic. Anyway, enough linguistics. I must do game dev. Kurt has been begging for game dev. We are doing game dev. Alright. How do I want to do this? Oh God. I think I just realized a much simpler way to do this. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no! All that work from yesterday might get thrown out right now. Have a good lurk, Cupix. Okay, so I want to be able to define two colors that I hue shift between by some random number. What if I literally just do that? Like I provide one modulate and another. And then I just pick a number between them and whoop, there's my modulate. That's so much easier. God. Like, this is a super cool algorithm, but this means that yesterday's, like, how many hours stream is just thrown out. Son of a gun! Ah! I hate it. Hate it, hate it, hate it. Okay. Here we go. We are adding a new library. Color variants, we're gonna call that. Because I'm probably gonna want to use this in multiple places. All right. What do we got here? I need uniform, decor, color 1. Color. Do I need an amplitude? No. Form bool. C1. Uniform bool. C. All right. This is going to return what? It has to return a vec4. It what? Modulate. Can I put an include in a shader include? Probably yes, right? Would be very weird if I couldn't. Hit EC1. Turn color 1. Hit EC2. Turn color 2. Add color. This modulate? Yes. It is. Now, do I want actually random between these? Or do I want it to go back to Z? Like, do I want it to travel through 0, 0, 0? Like, let me show you what I'm talking about visually. Makes a bit more sense. So, we've got our color wheel. Why don't I have... That's good enough. So, let's say I have a color here and here. Do I want this thing to travel directly? Or do I want it to arc? Which is, it's not truly analogous because I'm talking about going through white. Like if I have green and red, should it go green, less, until I hit white, and then go red? Or should it go green, transition through yellow, and then to red? Huh. I'm really good at giving myself annoying problems, aren't I? I'm really good at annoying problems. I think I just want to go through white, because then that absorbs the amplitude thing. Yeah, I think that's how I'll do it. This needs to take in... Take in what? Probably a random number. So randf is going to be between 0 and 1, multiply by 2, it's now between 0 and 2, and subtract 1, so it is now negative 1 to 1. If randf less than 0.0, turn absolute value and f times color mod width. Else turn f times color mod 2. I think this will do what I want better. Basically, I pick two colors, and we'll either shift toward one or toward the other. But I won't get mixing of the two colors. So for instance, if I have red and cyan, I'm not going to end up with black as a possible output of that modulate. Wait. I've done this wrong. Oops. I've done wrong things. Whoops. Hold on. Hold on. hold on. So I've got a random amount of this color, but I've done this wrong. Oh God, how do I do this? So I want the amount away from 1. So I think I need to like invert it, then re-invert it. I'm pretty sure that's what I need to do. Like if I have red, or let's say I have like a little bit of red, meaning a little bit of reduction in green and blue. Yeah, this is wrong. Yeah, okay. Is both B. Math. There's got to be a simple way to do it, right? Okay, but I'm getting distracted by that. Stop. Brain. Have white with a little bit of reduction in green, let's say. So I've got a slightly purple modulate. I want off of, let's call this full purple. I need to get 2 white, subtract off a small amount, or multiply by a small amount to get there. I'm pretty sure it is this. Check 4. Pretty sure it is yes. Times my random thingy-mabob. Then one, or back 4, 1 minus that thing. So invert it to get the difference, shrink the difference by however much I need to, and yeah. And I can make this cleaner too. Hold up. Oh. Then turn. that. Pretty sure that does the math I want. Alright. Ah! Hey, there still needs work. I'm doing fine. Just realizing that I'm throwing out everything I did yesterday. Ah. If you remember all this funky business with generating hue shift, yeah, after implementing it, I realized it just doesn't do what I wanted. Because I don't have neighboring regions where I want them. So, specifically, I want to be able to yellow shift this thing and green shift this, or, sorry, red shift and green shift. Actually, for that matter, what if I want even more than that? Like, what if I want red, green, and yellow? Is that something I care about? Anyway, point is, there's no neighboring regions on my, what I'm gonna term color line. Like, it's not a number line, it's a color line. There's no neighboring regions along this that provide the color sets that I want. And since it's not true hue shifting anyway, let's just do what it's actually doing and just make a randomized modulate. The code is simpler. It actually works like it's advertised. I haven't actually implemented yet, but like I haven't put it into the shader, but the code's done. That said, this was a super cool exercise, and at least for my own education, I'm glad it happened. I just wish I had known I wasn't going to use it, because then I would have, you know, cut that work down to like half the time I spent yesterday. Although I'll be real, I probably would prefer just not doing it if I'd known. Oh, dum-dum. Okay, let's get rid of it. I do want to save it in case I decide to use it later, because it's not useless code. It's just not code that I want to use right now. Like, there's definitely something valuable in here. I just haven't figured out a use case for it yet. Other stuff that needs to come out of here is this guy. And because this is like being archived in here, like, and where do I want to put it? We'll put it up here. So it's just hidden away. Bye. Yeah, this, that's gone. Bam! Very annoying. Anyway. That's not right. Let's get color variants. Okay. I don't need any of that. That's all self-contained now. Oop. Yep, all of that is self-contained. Modulate RC. Oh, wait. And F RC. There we go. Nice. I move that down. Hey, it does work the way I want it to. Nice. All right. Now, I want to allow some red shift. What does this do? Hi. I think that's kind of right. Now, if I want to limit the amplitude, how can I do that? That's not right. I think I just decrease the saturation. Yeah. Go. And yellow. And I can just modify hue here. That's kind of nice. A bit too rainbow for my taste. That has a random color generator? It does now! Maybe the color can be controlled range-wise? I mean, it is, right? Like, these are my ranges. I have my upper and lower range here. Now, something that I could do as an alternative. Let me just try something. So that stuff is still perfectly valid. But I want to try an alternative here. what about picking a midpoint in between both colors, or picking a point between both colors, and then normalizing the value to 1. Thought it was a solution to the dislike of colors you were talking about? Oh no, I was just saying that, like, I need, as part of modifying the color configuration here, I was saying, I don't like how rainbow it is, and so I was figuring out how to adjust that. So this isn't really what I want, though. What I'm wanting is pick a color maybe I need to have 2 of these. Maybe that's what I need. So go with spec 4 result equal to color mod 1 I and plus color mod 2 times 1 minus rand f. Got a color between the two. Then I want to normalize the value. Float val max alt.r that dot b. Turn result divided by value. That's not a divide sign. There we go. So let's just do cmod. Returning normalized, which I guess means I don't need the amp. If I need amplitude, I'll put it here as a uniform. That's doing what I want. There we go. That is doing precisely what I want. Awesome. Now, do I want this to have a variable amount of colors you provide? No, because then it won't make any sense. Yeah, that'll make no sense if I did that. So if I want to add green shift into this, I think I just change this to green. Yeah, that does it, because yellow also shows up in what I just did. It works. Loving it. Dude, that was way too much work for such a simple solution. Way too much work for a simple solution. And I'll just leave that there commented out because I like that code. It's fine. I want there to be evidence of all the work that went into this. Alright. Now. Need to make big explosion. Ooh. So here's an interesting conundrum. Because of how telegraphs are constructed, as I expand this radius, the gradient is also going to expand, which I don't want. So how does the math work out for that? Like if I make the circle bigger, or should the gradient expand? Like, I need, Think. I'm glad I took some caffeine today. I know I said I shouldn't do caffeine, but if it's on a Tuesday, I'm not streaming tomorrow, so whatever. I needed the brain juice today. Being, you know, functionally brain dead tomorrow is fine. Use it every day? Yeah, for me, if I use caffeine on a day, the next day I'm basically useless. And using more caffeine the next day doesn't recover me. Like, I'm not back up to what I would have been if I just wasn't using caffeine throughout the week. Okay. What are we doing? Attack, blast. Save. Or cloud. New inherited scene. Entities, attacks, blast, duplicate. Or cloud, big. How do I get my caffeine? I get it from probably the least healthy source. 5-hour energy shots. They work like a charm, but Oh boy, that crash the next day. Like they say you don't crash with these. Like that's part of the advertising. But in my case, I do crash because tonight I'm not going to be able to get to sleep. Like I'm going to be up till probably 5 a.m. tonight. I know me. Like I took this at noon. And I'm like aggressively waving the 5-hour energy at the camera when I know you guys can't even see it. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna sleep well tonight at all because I've taken that. Like, sure, it says 5 hours. No. I will be alert until 5 a.m. I can sometimes force myself to sleep before 5 a.m. when I take one of these, but oh man. So like I have to be careful that if I'm going to use it, like I have to plan for the next day being useless. So like today, tomorrow, no stream, I'm not doing dev work. I'm allowed to be useless tomorrow. You can binge on some show that you haven't finished? Ooh, actually, what I might do is I'll probably end up sleeping most of the day. But one game that's grabbed my attention recently is Mega Man X Dive Offline. So I may have mentioned this on stream before, but they took what was a mobile gacha game after it was being end-of-lifed and turned it into an offline version where you can unlock everything without paying extra money. It doesn't have all of the features, but modders have added basically everything back in. With a few exceptions, right? Like you don't have multiplayer anymore. But... And the game is not fantastic. Like it's a mobile game, right? The gameplay is not super compelling. And almost every obstacle can be overcome by just having higher stats. But I'm enjoying it. Like, those are the flaws, but I like it. It's fun for me. So I may finish up the story in this game. I just recently got through modding it with, like, adding all the stuff back in using mods. And some extras. Like... There's a mod for adding the Master Sword into the game. That makes me happy. Oh, I should probably put the word mod. There we go. Like, someone just made a super awesome weapon that has, like, custom attacks and animations and stuff. Somehow they got it into the game. I don't know what voodoo modders use in this, but like, it's a Master Sword, and apparently you can do that. I don't understand how. I don't know what's happening, but how cool! Modders are amazing. And another one that's definitely not lore friendly for Mega Man. Oh, sorry, Omegamon. They use the other romanization. They just added a fully playable Digimon into the game with mods. Again, I don't understand. Like, how? Also, I do love the fact that it's just Omegamon with a buster gun. Sure, why not? I know the modders on some games are just absolutely amazing. Anywho, I think that might be what I do tomorrow. Just like, if I fall asleep while gaming, great. All right. You know what? I'm not reinventing this part of telegraphs right now. I think I'll go crazy if I try to do that. So basic modification, just scale it up by a factor of 2. Excuse me. Do you start stream at noon? I say I do. I don't think I've been any less than 10 minutes late in the past 6 months. So I should probably change my start time to like 12:30. Should probably do that. But you know what's going to happen if I do that. I'll start being like, if I'm like 5 minutes over, it's fine. But it's not fine. Dum-dum. This is your company. This is your job. Come on, Dum-dum. You took the energy drink right before stream. Yes, I did. Now, theoretically, I've only got 1 more hour of my 5-hour energy, but I know this is going to last me like 7 hours. Make your own hours? Did I get it? Yeah, for whatever reason, like, in my brain, I can justify being like 10 minutes late. And no matter what time I set, my brain's like, oh, it's fine. It requires self-discipline? Yeah. I had that once. I gave it up. I'm kidding, of course. For seriously important stuff, I can be on time. But when it's like, I'm doing dev work today, if people stop in, that's cool. I'm not going to be like, oh man, I'm 5 minutes late, this is awful. Kind of easier if you have an external boss. Oh yeah, like, having someone who expects me to be there at a time means I will absolutely be there. With you guys in chat, most of you guys don't show up for at least an hour. Like, because I'm streaming in the middle of the day, right? It makes sense that I don't have, like, people right at the start of streaming like, where is Dum-Dum? Because these are long form, it's sort of stop in, see what kind of dev work's going on, hop out after a while, maybe have a discussion while you're here. It's definitely a more loosey-goosey schedule. I can tell you had an energy drink. I have no idea what you're talking about. I have no clue what you're talking about. We definitely didn't have an almost hour-long energy drink fueled conversation about the definition of the word contributor. We definitely didn't do that. And Still Needs Work is definitely not going to look back on the stream VOD and be like, what the hell was Dum-Dum doing? Alright. So first off, there's a problem with this bad boy. That needs to be reined in a bit. Better. Yeah, let's bring it in a little more as well. Okay. Like, if you've got a foot on the line, you're safe. Like, if just If your foot's barely on the line, you're safe. But any closer, you're taking poison damage or gas damage. 4 damage. That's what these are made of. Epic Games offers mobile games for free now? What? Things work. Are you trying to distract me from dev work? Because it's working. I forget. Does this... Oh, mobile free for Android. Have an Apple. Wait. Free for Android, but if you have an Apple, it's only for EU? Huh. I wonder if there's some kind of weird law in the EU that says, like, if you release something for Android, it has to also be available on Apple. That seems like an insane law, but... Huh, I wonder why they did it. But now that you've distracted me, what are the free games? Slash is the free game. Come on, Epic. Epic! Keep it together, man. Huh? Their launcher is still so clunky. It is wild how bad their storefront is. Like, it's insane. I don't think I clicked on Botany Manor, but alright. So this could be a fun game, since it's coming out in 2 days, or it's going to be free in 2 days. Then... definitely not fried chicken. Oh, I see what... yeah, I'm gonna pass on that. Business management sims are not really my thing, unless it's like maintaining a fantasy item shop. Then I'm okay with it. Like Recettear. I'm okay with Recettear. But you said hit view more and that'll show me the mobile stuff. Like Moonlighter? Moonlighter takes it a little bit further than what Recettear does. And yes, like Moonlighter. Recettear is a weird, awkward game. Ooh. Interesting. Alright. Very, very cool. The black and white icons there, my brain was like, oh, let me just close this. Oh, you can't see that, Dum-Dum's in the way. The OBS icon is what I almost right-clicked and closed. That would have been slightly problematic for a stream. Alright, so... I think I need... how do I make this editable? That's how I make it editable. So that needs to be 4. Pretty sure. Then it just works. Woo. Now, do I want to have bigger particles, or do I want to have more particles? Like, I could put a 0.5, 0.5 there. And we put this up to 140. They aren't traveling far enough. Why aren't they traveling far enough? Let's just correct for it. Come on. I think I need to increase gravity by a bit. I think gravity probably isn't being affected right now. That looks pretty good. Don't need to go quite that low. Bit too wide. That'll do. Okay, save it. Fun guy. Might have kept talking as you worked on the game, even as you closed OBS. Luckily, I keep OBS open. Oh, that's all kinds of wrong. I'll bet I have him doing the small attack when he explodes. Oh, nope. Yep, I have them backwards. Alright. Oh yeah, I literally just have them backwards. Do I have a script for Spore Cloud? Because if yes, then I want to build something into it. No, it's blast base. Okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna worry about it. I'll just do it manually. Persistent clouds. This needs to go up to 8. It's gonna seem like way too much. Better yet, what if I instead do 400, but I let the spore clouds... Oh wait, hold on. I may have just done a bad. Did I do a bad? No? Oh. Okay. What about if I modify something in here? I don't like it. So I do need to test that. So first off, if I make that change there, does it modify this guy? Because I'm pretty sure it does. Yes, it does. Woo. There we go. Okay, let me make sure everything's still behaving as it should. I think that's right. I think. Yes. You are fixed. Work big. How are you doing? Those are way out there, aren't they? Probably means that they're off here too. Oh. Well, that makes sense. That's why I did it. Yeah, the particle effects going outside of it on the sides is fine because we've got the circle on the ground saying this is where you get hit. And if you don't understand that, I can't help you. Let's also reduce this guy's amount of health so I'm not having to attack 500 times. Where is... Let's just put you at 50. I think that's plenty for testing. I clearly have some errors I need to sort through. But I think we might be about finished with dev for the day. Well, that's not right. Two things. Where'd burst go? And after we solve that, remove knockback from gas from cloud damage. Yeah, I need to be able to say, hey, this is a thing that doesn't provide knockback. But first, where's the burst? I mean, that seems to think it's working. Chat, what did I do wrong? Help! Okay, the small one worked. Big one didn't. It's persisting like it should. Where did I go wrong? Hold on. Persistent cloud emitting needs to come later. Okay, let me go ahead and fix that. Hmm. Maybe that's what's happening. Okay, that's all right. Huh. Oh, look, that's all right. Hmm. Let me plop down a second enemy. I want to see what's going on here. Oh no. Because his name is Fun Guy 2. Ooh. Dang it. There's a piece of this that I forgot about. Randomized spawning of mushroom. And failsafe to activate. Don't remember. I don't think I did that. Did I actually make a spawning animation for these guys? I don't remember. I think I had to, right? Yeah, that's right. If I actually use the proper thing for this, what happens? That's not right. I think this is supposed to be null. Count, we'll do 5. Let's do 1 second between spawns. Player safe radius to 500. You're headed out, Kurt? Alrighty. Well, you, sir, have a fantastic day. Alright. Please work. Please just work. Because if you don't work, I'm going to be very, very sad. Excuse me? That was not the right spot. But that would explain why it's not showing up in the right place. Error. Hitbox record. I think the player might be receiving damage twice. But that's not the current problem to solve. Okay, so why would the burst be playing at locations 0, 0? I might know. Okay. Well, actually, the thing I was about to say doesn't make sense because the spore cloud, like the persistent cloud, is animating in the right location. The initial burst is in the wrong location. Both members of the same scene. What? The only thing that makes sense is the emission transform isn't being applied, but that doesn't make any. Could it be that the position is getting updated after emitting occurs? That would explain it. It wouldn't explain why it worked in the previous version, but like I have questions now. But I need to see when main played. Oh, also. If that technical position, play main. Hold up. There's some function that's like on ready. What is that? Go code on ready. Yep. Does that fix it? It'd be really cool if that fixed everything. Where are the other mushrooms? Okay, that still didn't work. Try on 3. Yeah, I'm trying, like, I think I'm hitting a race condition. It feels very race conditioning. Huh? Wait. What? Oh, it enters the tree before it's ready. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay. Then... can I just swap these around? Very least, can I do this? I don't know if setting position works before ready. I have no idea. This absolutely alters my conception of the workflow. What? The heck? What does it mean, chat? What does it mean? Bother. Let's do another attempt at this mission. I need a breather. Because that just makes no sense. Also the fact that it's emitting twice. You know what I mean? You know what I mean. Come on, Togo. Get over here before they fight you. Can I use these before he gets here? Yes. Neat. Oh. Oh, Togo. Woo, why are they charging like crazy people. Okay. Let's get moving. Actually move them back here. I want to try and pull this a bit further. Okay. The miasma is such an annoying mechanic. Like, if the idea is Zunra is supposed to purge you of the miasma, but it doesn't do that directly. Instead, the way it works is it puts a buff on you that the next time you use a skill, it removes miasma. That's lame. Especially when, like as a ritualist, my only real options are using stuff that makes me wait longer than just letting the poison wear off. Like, sure, I could use one of these rituals as a way to remove the miasma, but then I'm waiting 30 seconds anyway before I can engage the next group. Nope, time to fight these. Okay, let's maybe take a second to heal up. Why does the miasma randomly refresh itself? It's pretty weird. No, I think I messed up. Yeah, I did. But I think the game is going to be forgiving. No, Panaku! Okay, we are almost back to where we keep dying. Alright. Just these two, and then we're at the encounter that keeps stopping us. Dude, if you are the kind of person to actually do this challenge run, like, completely, fully legit, man, you are a more powerful gamer than I am. Like, I'm just here answering the question, is it possible? I'm not answering the question, is it possible without losing your mind? Because I think the answer to that one might just be no. Okay, get out, get out, get out. Togo trap? Oh, son of a... No, he's not trapped. He glitched. That's so dumb. I was trying to glitch his location for so long, and he finally did it, and it's right in harm's way. Sometimes, this game is the worst. No, we're just gonna plow on ahead. Just like, no survival instincts right now. I want to see if we can just like floor it to the end. Not even trying to survive. Get going, melee guys. You got this. Oh boy. Cool. We're booking it. I think I am gonna have to stop here so everyone can heal up though. Yeah. Good enough. Charge! Togo? No, Togo took too long. Gotta fight this way. Oh, apparently we're fighting all the groups. Fine. Take that lunar token. Okay, whatever. Oh, this is not faster. That was a prime example of haste makes waste. Okay, so what could cause the particles to emit at the wrong location? The only thing that makes sense is that the location isn't getting updated soon enough. But then why wouldn't the other attack have the same outcome? Like, it's literally an inherited scene. Like, it is the same code. Oh my god, apparently we're just fighting literally everything on the way there. I don't get it. What is different? And what's weirder, what is different between the persistent cloud and the initial burst? You know what? Throw caution to the wind. So the first thing that's different between them is explosiveness. Oh. Okay. Well, I almost sacrificed this run by being greedy. It is very frustrating that there's not a way to tell allies to just hang back. Well, I get a rare material out of it at least. Just in case, let's eliminate this group. Alright. Please let this one just work out. I am so sick of this mission. Whoa! What? The heck hit me? Oh, it was probably that skill of his. Yeah. So he reflected my damage back at me, but we already soloed that guy, so I'm not trying to prove anything here. Now. It is possible that this takes out the assassin for me. That would be really cool. Oh, but I targeted the necromancer. Togo? Togo! Thank you. Ideally, I want them to chase me. Oh, this actually can work. If I can get set up fast enough. Okay, pull back. Pull back. Go, go. Go, go. Good, we got the assassin. Excellent. Warrior is a terrible target. Oh, oh, they're repositioning. Run, run, Togo, please. Warrior down. Dude, we've got it made. We have this absolutely made. Like, this is mine to lose at this point. Oh, is the ranger really going to stop right there? No. That would have been too convenient. Alright. But ranger is the closest. That bodes extremely well. No, no. Yeah, we're not taking out anything this time. Who did the spirits prioritize? The elementalist. That makes sense. Okay. So this is going to be essentially RNG until we get proper positioning on the elementalist. Idea. Wait, can I get Togo out before he dies? Elementalist down, and Togo has been pulled out. Nice! Slowly but surely, we will win. Oh, hold on. My light has gone. Alright. Hey, can you guys finish off that spirit, please? So we can reset. Thank you. It's in a pretty solid spot. Oh, nope. 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 Arrgh. Can you guys pick a spot? Pretty please. Ritualist would be ideal. What? But why? Nope. Pull back. Nice. Very nice. Oh, the ritualist is gone. Yeah, no, we're set. I miss my tiger so much. I'm feeling like taking a risk here. That eye. Give me that eye. Find the source of the flip. Oh, dude, we did it. It's done. It's done. We are so close to having fixed the run for answering the question. They want me to go to Wajun Bazaar, but I'm pretty sure I can just hightail it straight to Kaineng. Yep. Please be open. Yes. After getting to Kaineng, we'll get back to work. But I am so desperate to have this fixed so we can actually try out the new skills on the actual proper run. I'm sure there's a bunch of people at home screaming, but this run isn't valid because you didn't do this, you didn't do that. I agree. You should call me out in the comments. I'm a filthy casual gamer and you should let me know. Can I get by this area without fighting anything? They are busy with the guards. Uh-oh. That doesn't bode well. Keep moving. Keep moving. Pay attention to anything else. Just keep running. And there's the hole that goes to Eye of the North. Means we are here. Nice. If this is a sealed door, I'm going to be incredibly sad. Dude, we're here. Imperial Guardsman Linro. Who dat? Imperial Guardsman. They're quartermasters. There you are. Okay. We'll pick up this quest and then get back to work. I would really like to have this finished today. But Godot is fighting me. Okay. Let's check out our errors. Maybe that's telling me something. Oh. Oops. That'll do it. Signal animation finish is already connected to given callable app. Huh. Right. So something funky is going on with instantiation here. Let's do this a slightly different way. What if I take that out, comment it out, and instantiate ooh, hold on. I don't know what those do. Should probably learn about them. Dot and edit state main. Oh wait, no, that's going to be inherited. Assuming I understand this correctly, which is a bold assumption. What do these mean? If passed to instantiate provides local scene resources, only the main scene should receive main edit state. So not this. Instance, if passed. Oh. I probably want this. Because I suspect fault is 0. Yes, fault is 0. Does that magically fix everything? My guess is no. Also, still don't know why the mushrooms aren't spawning from the orchestrator. This one we just gotta ask Google what's going on. Signal is already connected to a given. Inherit scenes because the child scene inherits signal connections from the base scene and then connect them again. Verify editor or code. To fix this, verify if signals are in both base and inherited scenes. Avoid redundant connection. Ready. Okay. There it is. Interesting. Wait, that's not the same one. Hold up. When creating inherited scenes, half of them somehow lost attached script from the base scene. I had to manually relink them, and it is now working correctly. This feels wrong. It feels incredibly wrong. Wrong spot. But that error's gone. Okay. Didn't really do anything different, like just relinked that. I guess it linked or relinked this because I guess it did it wrong. Anyway. Try this. animation chain. Current, what's the difference between emitted when current animation changes? Emitted when the queued animation plays after the previous animation. Okay, I want this one. Animation 3, that's fine. Okay. Why were there two? That doesn't make any sense. Also, I can basically guarantee we're not finishing this today, unfortunately. I know I said I'd try almost no matter what, but I could not have foreseen that this would happen. Wait, why are more happening? So first off, thing I've done in enemy stats won't work. Okay, let's... That's valid, yes? It's not helping me out here. Okay. Now, a base. New convention that I hate. It's ridiculously ugly to code this way, but don't see an easier option. Oh. Yeah, it's not gonna work that way. Base. That cannot be a static, I don't think. No, I'm playing fast and loose with styling here, but it's fine. Why am I not getting autocomplete on that? I feel like I should be getting autocomplete. If I set them this way, do I get autocomplete? Oh. Something feels wrong. What about meaning Okay, any base. That's not class name. That is now ID. -999. Beautiful. I just need it to be something that's not valid. Do that. Dude, boilerplate stuff in a class is lame. Ridiculously lame. Next. Wolf and fungi. But there is no true reflection in Godot. Much sad. Okay. They are all now fixed up. And I still have no clue why those particles are spawning where they are. I'm applying the emission transform. Why isn't it happening? I'm gonna try something that should have no effect. No, because then persistent cloud should be having the same problems as initial burst, but it's not. Let's try turning explosiveness all the way down. Is a terrible thing to do, but Maybe it'll reveal something. Huh? Why is it nil? Please explain. Did I not propagate this change? First off. E. Oh, that'll do it. Yep, was probably casting it to a string to help me, as opposed to complaining about the type. Base. Well, now I have so many more questions. So there's two of them. Why? I don't know. That might be. Ah. That. Am I even using that anymore? Yes. But I should not. Yeah, I need to make this back down. Crack. Back. That guy is not used. Detect, instantiate, initialize. Okay. I don't think that's necessary. I'm doing double there. Pretty sure it sets its own position. And it's still making 2. How does that make... Okay, it hits it once. Where are you coming from? Oh. Oh, I'm just dumb. Yeah, no, that's all me. That one was 100% me. Got it. But that still doesn't answer the wrong location. So maybe that was causing some voodoo that broke it. Not causing voodoo. Another option. Guess I can take a look at that print. So instead of getting position, let's get global position. Because they should be giving me the same global position. But clearly something's off. And honestly, if they're not giving me the same global position, I don't know what to do about it. Yeah, that's correct. So, inherited cube particles 2D. Particles here in wrong location. Wrong location because of the local coordinate setting under drawing property. Draw order, lifetime, -100 or 2. Same thing. Quite a few particle nodes going off screen all the time when the camera reaches up here. And much rectangle around your GPU particle processor. How large are we talking about? At enough faster. This is a different. What's going on? Electric particles emitted by the emitter with that set to not on, and then we parent no. I think you're using the wrong thing. want particles to inherit movement. You'll need internal refactoring control. How old is this? Oh yeah, this is 2023. So I know what this is, where they've implemented the emission transform. Can almost guarantee. But so wrong in did transform. What does AI say to do? Open the inherited scene, select the node, right click, transform in vector, select reset. Nope, pretty sure you're saying the wrong thing. Emission transform relies on a material or process material, make it use inherited scene. Yeah, I can do that. That causes its own problem. But does that even fix the problem? If not, I think I'm done for the day. Like, I wanted this done and tied off with a nice bow, but I don't think it's happening today. Correct. And for reference, the reason it's showing up twice, this is when we play the main animation. The second one is when we play the end animation. But I don't know. Let's get the Twitter post done for the day, and we're just not going to have a video for this. Dang it. I was so ready to be done with this thing and move on. Like, this is now a month-long enemy. But what you gonna do? Okay, what all happened this week? You know, it works a lot better if I remember to rename my videos. Oops. I'll take care of that after stream. Created. Telegraph. Player manager. Then what did we what did I do that day? Hold on a second. like we did that. Then what did we do on Saturday? I don't remember. See, Saturday appears to be connecting attacks. Oh. Yep. Finish support cloud attacks. Created and completed to shift later. Created correct color variant created telegraph layer manager, yes. Finish spore cloud attacks, yes. Created the hue shift shader, yes. Created correct color variance shader. And I'll just leave out the fact that today has been filled with all kinds of bugs. Very sad. I can get a video of the spore cloud attack at least. That's not a bad idea. Just to have something for today's video. This week's post. Oh, right. Explosiveness. Modifies this. Okay. Not anymore because I made it unique. That seems wrong. Oh. I never added the modulate for this guy. Oh, wait. That's handled by... Yeah, that's handled elsewhere. Yeah, ignore that. So we will just hide that for now. To not have explosiveness. That's wrong. Cloud explosiveness. I know what happened. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, I know what happened. We're fine. Okay. Player. Main. What? That's more like. Okay. Let's. I guess it's fine to have Dum Dum on the screen. Okay. Show me them videos. And... Fine. Someday. Someday. While that thinks, see about doing this final mission with the Fix-It character. And not long after, I'll probably delete this character. Maybe not. I have no reason to do it, I guess. Are we gonna get... No? Okay. What is that? Hmm. So does this have audio or not? I cannot. Hmm. Okay. Crop, resize. I think I need to do some work also on the final shape. The explosion should probably be in the same area as where the gas cloud appears. Anyway. Cropping with this tool. Oh. Oh, it's applying a different crop over the... Oh. Oh, that's not right. I don't like that. Oh. Like, undo that. Hey there, Oron. How do I get rid of this dot? Don't understand. Well, that's one way. Okay, let's start fresh. Guild Wars 2 today? No. We don't do Guild Wars 2 here. I know. Yeah, we've been doing some Guild Wars 1. But if you're asking about playing right now, like jumping on with you, bro, I've been going for over 6 hours now. Alright, let's see if I can do cropping the way I did. Well, first off, separate audio. Now, Six. Drop. I need to like select all. Alright. Okay. Drop. Ah, this will do it. This will be it. Why is it? Like, how do I get rid of this? Like, I don't get it. I mean, I can probably just drag this over here and it'll have the effect I want. Or not. You know what? We're gonna try to export the video and see what happens. We will just see what happens. How's my day been? It's been a mixed bag today. Everything that I was worried about went smoothly. And then all the things that I thought could be no problems decided to blow up in my face. Sorry, don't worry about it. It's dev. It's what happens. Still sucks? It doesn't worry me. Alright. Let's talk video. First off, did I accidentally include audio when I shouldn't? Like I did last week. But yeah, I still have some fine tuning to do on the like blast radius. But it's fine. For Twitter video today, this is plenty. Apparently this is a giant video or something. All right, that'll work. Please tell me I didn't have this in this video. If I did, it's going to make me sad. I think he was just like, yeah, he's just animating. He's not using it yet. All right. That means we should, assuming it doesn't blow up in my face again, should have tons of stuff to show off on Twitter next week. Because the stuff that's troubling me today should take no more than a day to fix. But that's a lot of shoulds. Which of course means that's not going to happen. But I don't want to pull Godot back up, but just to explain what was happening. I have two scenes. One of them inherits from the other. So I've got A, and then B is an inherited scene of A. A works exactly as expected. B, the particle emitters emit their particles in the wrong place. Which makes no sense. Alright. Can we pull this off? I am concerned. I forgot they're level 24. Oh. Oh yeah, and they're gonna drop AoEs on top of my spirits, aren't they? Oh bother. I cannot go up there right now. Oh god. Oh no. No, 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 no. No, no. No, that's garbage. That's such garbage. Ah! Yeah, these are basically, when I engage, that's it. If I mess up the initial engagement, it's reset. I think at most I'll make 2 more attempts at this, and then we'll call it a day. This is certainly going to be the most challenging part. Unless I just get extraordinarily lucky. I don't know. Sendai Jun was also pretty rough, so might be a toss-up between these two. At the very least, resetting this one is a lot faster. Since we're just in the thick of it at the start. They're nasty. The least of which because it's... I'm dead. I'm dead. Ah! Huh. Oh, wrong spot. All right. What else can I do to die slightly slower? What now? Yeah. Especially with the event going on Cantha New Year, getting to level 20 was quite easy. But remember, this is just the character for fixing up the run for can you solo this game. This is the second time through these areas with a ritualist. Problem was, I picked the wrong secondary profession. Because in order to solo Nightfall, you absolutely must be secondary assassin. There's no other choice. In order to solo Nightfall, you need Monk? Nope. Monk can certainly not do this without Assassin. Because there is a quest that the moment you move off of the starting, or a mission that, the moment you move off of the point where you start the mission, enemies block to a control point that if you lose it, game over. And there's no combination of classes that can fight them off fast enough. So, what you have to do is use Assassin to teleport rather than walk off of the starting point, so that you skip over the spot where it flags for the enemies to start moving. So you can just do the mission at your leisure. But by George. Why am I burning so much? I get the feeling I should bring spirits out. I have a feeling the moment those guys die, that thing is charging me. Which also means that each one of these encounters I'm going to run into the same problem. They have so much AoE. Huh. I think Chaos. Spread out the spirits. Hopefully this just fixes the problem. Okay. Well, that worked out significantly smoother. Guess I'll grab that. Now, I think the play is set spirits here, a little bit of separation, and then pull that group. Problem is, these guys are going to go attack up there, aren't they? Oh well. YOLO. Excuse me? Why are you attacking the ground? Oh, and here they come. Oh boy. Ho! Ho, 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 ho. We're okay. We're okay. We're okay. Guess I'm safe to put spirits here. I definitely cannot attack that direction. That's a big nope. What do we got here? Wrathful Storm. 2 Wrathful Storms. I'm in trouble. So I think the only play here is to drop all my spirits, hex that guy, and then run like crazy and pray they can't find me. I think that's the only play here. And running. Bye! Bye-bye! Whoop! Whoop! Bye! Oh, there comes the burning. Oh, the burning. Oh, why am I burning? Okay. I think we broke up the group. Yes. Group has been broken up. So I can take on each one solo. Oh. This. Got him. Nice. Oh, oh, oh. Okay. Fine. We are absolutely fine. Honestly, this is going way, way better than I could have hoped. Especially because once we finish this, we're done. So it is possible to run from these enemies. They have just a ridiculously long range. Grasp Insanity, Scythe of Chaos, but I don't need to fight those guys. Okay. These guys are not too scary. A great position, but got him. Hey! What do we got? It's 4 Grasp of Insanity. This is the best possible spawn for this location. Actually, can I just... Oh, no. No, they're, like, defending it, so I can't just take it by standing here. All right, chat. We are 1 group of enemies away. 1 group. And then we'll be able to get back to the main character and, like, actually progress. I suppose there is 1 more mission that I need to fix up, but that one I can do on the main character. Don't need to redo everything again. Alright. What do we got? Okay. Not crazy. And the Wrathful Storm is exactly where I need it to be. Beautiful. Here. And run. Time to run. Oh god. Oh god, they are following. Please. Why isn't it dead? Okay, it's dead. Well, hopefully he's got this one. Yeah, we're just not gonna fuss with those. If Guardsman Ping can handle them alone, fantastic. If not, we're just gonna like walk over here and ignore the enemies and capture the point. Oh, I forgot there's a claw there. Actually, I think they're good. Yeah, we're good. I'll just take that lunar token. Thank you. Oh. And we're done. It's over. We can go back to our main character. Oh. That was exhausting. But we did get through Zendaijun and this today. It was way faster than last time. Ta-da! We are in Alona? Alona. I think that's right. I think the region is referred to as Alona. Like, Factions is the campaign where you are in Campa. I believe Nightfall is the campaign for the Alona region. I believe. What are you guys talking about over here? Curious. There's the answer. Interesting. So, just doing Xingzhe, and not even comprehensively, I got 17.8% of the exploration. Oh, wait, is that only like 17.8% of 60%? Forget what I was just trying to say. No, that's probably the correct 17.8%. Finally! And since it's been such a long time coming, I want to very briefly switch over and check out, can we pull off the glitch? Honestly, if we pull off the glitch, I may just do the mission. So I don't actually know if I have this card. I set to the target. Oh, that is not right. Probably can learn it from Michiko. And next week I'll figure out a good time to finish up the mission that I need to redo, because I did not do the final fight legit. I cheated. I need to fix that. assume it's part of shadow art. Escape. For a cutter return. The allies location. Out of this. Is it Viper's defense? Oh, please. Target. You are healed and you shadow step to a nearby location directly away from your target. Or inflict statuses and shadow step to a nearby location directly away from your... Well, the more useful one is clearly this guy. And he has it. It is part of shadow. Nice, nice, nice. Don't actually need Boon creation anymore, but that's a restoration. Okay. And I have no clue how to pull off this glitch, but we're going to try it right now. Okay, Alcora, chill here. Up to here. Okay. Feels rightish. Suppose I need to figure out exactly how far I can go. Use this line to figure that out. I feel like going any further is a bad idea. But don't see an angle to teleport away from an enemy that's not gonna... Okay, so I can get to the line. Whoop. Well, that didn't work. Alright. Well, I have other options for shadow stepping, so let's just see. Two summoned creature. That's not going to help me. Wait. Can I just... does it have to be an enemy? Directly away from your target. Doesn't say it has to be an enemy. Oh, good, I can target allies. So then that should mean I can just target Talcora, and I shouldn't even need to be in a specific spot for it to work. Who stand there? And nope. Incorrect. Dude, I've been wanting to do this for so long. Like, this has taken, what, a week of preparation? No, I can get that far. No, it didn't work. Okay, I need to do one run to just figure out the furthest I can get on the ground. Also, are these different distances? So this can also target allies. Are all shadow steps the same distance? I don't know. But first things first, let's figure out what the spot is. Okay. Okay, so I had basically figured out the exact spot. That standing on this line is where the cutoff is. Okay. While moving character instantly from one place to another, the length of the step varies from nearby up to compass range. All but 6 shadow stepping belong to assassin. 4 of the skills move besides the caster. So how do I know the distance? 2 foe is not acceptable. Away from target is my only option. Okay. Let's go oh, at the wrong spot. Grab the other one. Let's just test what the distance is. Oh, I don't have money. Burning up so much money. Very sad. Peppers. Sure. Surely not. There's Shadow Step wouldn't be affected by attribute, would it? the distance. Now just give me this skill. Random location in the area. That sounds awesome. Alright. Now, step out here. Just take some measurements. Ahura, you stand in the bush. That is not the bush. Oh my god. Or you're the worst. So from this corner, where does this get me? Slightly behind this bit of grass. I think it might be slightly farther. Maybe not. I think I had a different starting point. I need a more exact spot to measure from. While standing with my toes inside this first tuft of brown grass. There. Close enough. Same distance. That's unfortunate. That means I just need to be way more precise. Okay, I think like 2 more attempts and we'll call it a day. That's it. Oh. Nope, I got too close. Wait, what? I got closer than that before. I don't understand. Why? What? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong line. Hold on. When I say 2 attempts, I mean like actual attempts, not walking directly over the line and not even trying. Okay. What? But I didn't... Maybe I have the position wrong and like they just didn't move right when it was happening. Or it could be that Talcor is causing it somehow. Oh no. Okay. I have not triggered it yet, so I've got, I think, like 2 bricks more that I should be able to move back, but let's just test. Oh. Lady, please. I need you not be shuffling around. That's terrifying. That's as close as I'm getting without being on it. Nope. One more try. I'll try pushing up a little further. But I have a feeling I'm just doing something wrong. I don't know what it is, but I get the feeling. If I teleport away from her right now, I'm sure I'm going to hit the wall, right? Someday when I say last attempt, I'm going to mean it. Someday. I've been wanting to try this for so long, though. So long. I'm over the Huh. Huh. That's interesting. I think I might need to just look up that video and see how the other person did it. Because it looked like, the first time I saw it, it seemed like it's probably a pixel perfect trick. Nope. Yeah, let's look up that video real quick and see if I can decipher at a glance what's going on. Guild Wars, Port of the Belkith. Oh, is this the video that doesn't even show how he set it up? Oh, nope. Flag Talcor there. Viper's Defense is the skill being used, which should be the same as the one I'm using, but... Okay, position is correct. Ooh, what? Who were you targeting? Timeout. What? You're targeting yourself? How does that work? What? What does it even mean to teleport away from yourself? Is it just like a randomized location? Or is it always back and to the left? What? Hold, please. Huh. Maybe it's relative to the last direction you were moving. I move forward, hit button, move to the right. Move forward, stop. Or is it using Talcora's position? I think it's literally random. Oh, if this is random and I'm gonna have to just fish for teleporting in the right direction, this is awful. Like, I'm ecstatic that it's possible, but this is awful. Okay, apparently I got too close. And I would have teleported directly away anyway. Wonder if there's any way at all to get some semblance of control over the direction. Or is it purely randomness? Well, that didn't work. Also, what? Okay, so that had me teleporting left. Is it just random? I'm gonna cry if this is just random. Try standing here. What? They moved. Okay, so there's something magical about walking on the side here. How do you know what direction? How? Unless this is just pure luck. Try one other idea. Oh. Maybe a Viper's defense has different behavior. Okay. Is it like away from the mouse? Not moving the mouse. My hand has been removed from the mouse. Oh. Okay. It uses mouse position. What? What? Nope, never mind. Hey. I don't understand. Okay, what if my mouse is over here? Uh-huh. Thought I understood. Turns out I did not. Okay, I will pretend that I've learned a lesson here and act as if though I know what I'm doing. So if I'm right, okay, that did absolutely nothing. Well, that was awesome. Oh, did I go too far? I think it's just purely random. Okay. Go over here, please. Wait, here's an idea. Huh. Alright. What's happening? Nope. Weird. So it doesn't seem to be random, at least not in the purest sense of the word. And I still triggered it. Well, I don't know French. Now using crossing assault. So once you get off of the point, it's just a freebie. Honestly, it should not take as long as this guy took. Think. No. Maybe. I don't know. How did you? I need an explanation. Build Wars, Vipers, Fence, Shadow Step, Direction, Hot, Target. Has someone answered this definitively? In self-targeting, you will step to a random location within earshot distance. So, is it... I think that means it is literally just fishing for the random spot. I think it's literally just that. And if it is a random spot in earshot, then that also means the teleport distance randomized. If that's the case, oh Nelly, this is gonna be garbage. I need to be holding a staff? To exactly the workflow he did. That was way farther. I'm starting to think it's not random though, because I get the feeling I had some level of control there. Or I'm just being very wishful. That was the same direction last time. Okay, that was not the same. If I teleported into the wall... Oop. Hey, what about this? Don't think it's random. Oh wait, I'm not targeting self, am I? I'm just not targeting. But just in case that has some influence. So I'm pretty sure spells that you don't provide a target that expect one will automatically target self. Here. Ooh. Oh wait. There. Oh. Oh, I'm not targeting myself. Need to make sure to do everything exactly the same each time. Oh. It doesn't appear to be truly random. Never mind. Target. Teleport versus shadows. Shadow step, random location. What? Dance again. Teleport. AD. Glitch. Okay, there's a bug where the enemy will just spam summon torment. That's not helping me. Send all heroes to the very center shrine. Oh, not relevant. That's in hard mode. When I finished it, Said I did it in 11 minutes. Only awarded me the expert reward. Possible spawning, respawning book. Notice that no matter how many rifts close, the blasphemy respawns like clockwork every 15 seconds. When was that video? One year ago. So it's highly unlikely they patched anything related to this mission. But we're going to the center. Doesn't feel random, but it does feel incredibly frustrating. I thought maybe I had it. That would have been awesome. I also was not self-targeting, but I don't think that's a requirement for but who knows? That felt downright consistent. So the one thing I did the same between both of those runs is the way I rotated the camera with right click. Which I can't imagine they're using to drive the location of the teleport, but bruh. I think I might have figured out something. Still no clue if the staff is relevant. Absolutely no idea there. Chat. Chat! I did it! It's done! Holy cow! Well, now we can't not do this. But I have no idea what's going to happen when I try to fight these. This does not bode well. Well, stream is not ending. At least not until this is over. Probably focus on the okay, wait. What I can do is full rotation all at once. Now, when I capture this, is something terrible going to happen at the other points? Find out. If it does, then pick it up next time. No whammies, please. 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 Woo, what's woo, what? Excuse me? That's illegal. Very interesting. Pain is 5. There. I need to move spirits here. Because I need to claim this faster than they respawn. Don't respawn, don't respawn, don't respawn, please. Right there. Okay. One down. One down! Bruh! This is soloable! It's tricky. And you gotta use a bug. But this is soloable. know what hit me. Okay, 3 targets. Easy peasy, right? Okay, one more reset. I guess that we can start attacking that. Okay. Dang it. We're okay. Okay. Slow and steady wins this race, right? Two down. Cat. What am I dropping? That's fine. Don't know if demonic relics are worth it, but I'm grabbing it. Oh, right. What can I safely salvage? Item cannot be salvaged. In that case, toodaloo. But I do guess I'm gonna get all the items at the end anyway. Alright. Okay. Sorcerer is probably, and Cleric are pretty scary. Master. Ooh, this side is nasty. Huh. Maybe if I just run far enough away, this will solve itself. Here's hoping. don't know who they're fighting. Oh, God. That's just peachy. Huh. Right. Let's make sure to spread the spirits out a bit. Kind of thinking I should target the cleric, but they've got 2 clerics, so... Oh, son of a gun. Can I pick him off over here? Say yes. Nope. Oh, no, 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 no. No, no, stay away. Stay away. I mean, hey, I'll take it. I will absolutely take it. Oh, and the cleric is closest. Dude. No! No, 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 no! No, no, no! No, 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 no. No! They're capturing the center! Hi, chat. How's it going? Okay, so we know it is technically possible, maybe. Next time, chat. But had some good progress today on dev. Got a bunch of stuff stitched together, but we're not quite ready to put a bow on these features. They're right there. They're so close. But they need at least another day to bake. So that is where we're going to leave it today. Everyone, thank you all so much for joining. I hope you had fun. I hope you learned something. If you did, please give the video a share. Maybe you know someone that wants to learn game dev along with us. And an extra special thank you to my supporters on Ko-fi. Thank you all so much. And above all, guys, hope y'all have an outstanding day. Take care, everyone.